Uh, so, how would you like to proceed?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. Mr. Dawson, you'll remember me from last time. I've got sitting with me Peter Tiedemann from Silverwood. Good morning. And James Hock, planning consultant. Sir, I guess sort of first up question is, can you all sort of see and hear us okay?
Yes, we're good to go. Got a clear fix on you, and we can hear you as long as you can hear us.
We can. You are a little bit small though in the frame, but if we can see you just. So I pre-circulated Mr. Hook's evidence on my own legal submissions. I guess the first question would be whether the panel's had a chance to review those and whether you want us to speak to them or whether you'd like me to run you through my legal submissions and then turn to Mr. Hook.
We have received and read your legal submissions and Mr. Hook's evidence. We don't need you to go through it. If there's anything in particular you want to highlight, that's of course open to you. But I definitely don't want you to read them.
Sure, okay. And look, I should have said at the beginning, thank you for accommodating us under some pretty difficult circumstances up here as well. So that's helpful. What I'd like, I mean, there's some key issues here, of course, in Silverwood's submission. First thing I'd like to say to you is that the land court property, which is part of the submission site, subsequent to our appearance on the proposed district plan, has now been transferred to Ngāti Toa. And when you first heard from me, that was a possibility. It has now in fact happened. So as I understand it, Ngāti Toa themselves have made a submission on the variation, and I suspect that in part reflects the change in circumstances. So that becomes, I think, pretty helpful to provide some certainty going forward. The second point is that, as highlighted in the panel's minutes and in the officer's report, the primary concern here with Silverwood's submission on the variation seems to be the extent of the panel's power and whether or not the submission is within scope and within the panel's ambit here. I've set that out in my submissions, but I think the fundamental point is that it's always difficult, isn't it, when you have a plan change, or in this case a variation, which identifies specific pieces of land and it says these pieces of land are going to be rezoned or upzoned or have provisions changed, and these are the pieces of land we're talking about. Of course, the Silverwood property and the Ngāti Toa property were not identified in that. But the difficulty here is that the variation, the genesis of the variation is in urban intensification. And the MDRA standards and the Enabling Act, Housing Supply Enabling Act, which say, in summary, the council must identify or must provide for residential intensification in appropriate locations. And so, in a nutshell, I say to you that for that reason alone, Silverwood's submission is within scope. Secondly, the conundrum which unfortunately faces you and was nobody's doing is, of course, that decisions haven't yet been made on the proposed district plan, and I think it's very clear there that at the very least Silverwood sought a future urban zoning, and had that decision been made, none of us can change that of course, but had it been made, then in my view there's every possibility that the Silverwood property would have been identified by the council as being an appropriate part of this plan change. So those are, I think, two planks of my submission on scope. Thirdly, though, of course, I make the point to you that under the planning intensification process, you have a much broader power, which is to make recommendations to that council, which are on the variation, whether or not they were raised in submissions. And I have a slight difference of view on that point from the council's counsel. I don't think your power is narrowly constrained, and I do think it's within your ambit to say something about the appropriateness of the Silverwood property. The last point I'd make to you is that having been involved with Silverwood for many years, having canvassed its evidence on the proposed district plan, and having now spent some time with Mr. Hock, who's come in as a substitute player, it seems inevitable to us that this property is going to attract a residential zoning in the near future. And that, we say, is something that, with the greatest of kindness to the council and to yourselves, should, I think, be front of mind. It seems rather pointless, to put it bluntly, for Silverwood and Ngāti to be put through a structured planning process, which the council says we absolutely must do to achieve a live zoning, when what's before you already achieves exactly that. And that, I think, is something we spoke about last year in the proposed district plan hearings. It is a source of immense frustration for Silverwood. The last point I'd like to leave you with, and it's a point that is made in the officer's report, and perhaps fairly, I think, to some extent, which is that Silverwood hasn't presented you with a package of planning provisions and a structure plan which says, if you were to recommend a live zoning, here is exactly what it looks like. And of course, we did have some discussion again about this in the proposed district plan hearings, but my thought on that is that what is in Silverwood's evidence so far is very, very close indeed to what would be required. And I think it would be right of me to say to you that Silverwood can and will prepare that package of information to be submitted to you if that's where you'd like to go within, let's say, the next 2 weeks. It's not further evidence, it's simply tidying up and presenting to you in a bundle, here's what it would look like. So that's my spiel in a nutshell. Those are the points I'd like to make. I wonder if, before I ask Mr. Hook to give you his very brief conclusions, perhaps you have any questions for me?
I do indeed. The first is not so much a question, but a problem.
Yes.
That I need to invite you to tell me what the answer is. We may be somewhat distant in your view, but that one thing you may be able to identify is that we are favoured with the presence of Commissioner Pomare on this occasion, who was not present at the Stream 5 hearing and who didn't hear Silverwood's evidence that you presented on. Obviously the other 4 of us did, but Chair's you and Mr. Hook are proceeding on the basis that we are thoroughly familiar with the technical case for Silverwood's rezoning application, and of course Commissioner Pomare is not. So as I say, that's a problem. I'm not sure what the answer is, so I'm on the basis of a problem shared as a problem solved. I'm sharing it with you.
Yes. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it? You know, between the proposed district plan hearings and this, I think everybody recognises that, not the least of which the commissioners. But I think the answer to that is perhaps a couple of possibilities. One is, of course, that Silverwood's and everybody else's submissions and evidence on the proposed district plan are deemed to be submissions on variation 1, aren't they? So that's already sort of quote unquote before you as part of a record. I think the second thing is that evidence and material was largely written. Certainly, I think we had probably a couple of hours of time altogether in front of you in the proposed district plan hearings. But I do wonder whether, were those not recorded in Stream 5?
There is a live stream, so maybe. So I think your answer, what you're sidling up to, is that the Commissioner needs to do some homework. So
that's certainly one possibility, sir. Far be it from me to impose additional homework on people, but you know, procedurally, that seems to me to be an obvious answer. I guess, candidly, the other possibility is that the Commissioner may say, well, I'm not sufficiently aware, and even if I did all the reading and all the catching up, I may have missed something. I don't feel it's appropriate for me to participate in consideration of Silverwood's submission under PV1 for that reason.
Well, we'll discuss that with Commissioner Pomare in due course. The next question I have is, and I think I need to put it squarely on the table. When you appeared last year, as for a couple of hours, both you and your witnesses said to us quite explicitly that Silverwood wasn't at a live zone stage. I'd noted you as saying to us that you were pretty close to a live zone, but you need details about the SAL, exactly what you're seeking. Mr. Hudson said that work was needed on the zoning, the standards to achieve an appropriate outcome. Ms. White said that the structure plan needed a tailored approach to get an acceptable outcome. Ms. Blick said if the fuzz was approved, the next step was to ascertain the provisions that were needed to manage effects. And you're now rocking up with Mr. Hook saying it's all fine, and while at one and the same time relying on those witnesses who told us last year that you weren't at the live zone stage. So there appears to be an inherent contradiction, and I'm inviting you to tell me what the answer is.
Thank you for putting it to me with such candour and reminding me of my own words. Always nice when the question starts with, remember when you said. So thank you for that. Look, it's a difficult conversation, and the point is quite fairly made. From Silverwood's point of view, and I'm talking about my corporate client, they've had a difficult journey in the last 12 months, and the future of this land and what they intended to do with it has been largely up in the air until a couple of months ago. So that's no excuse, but that's an explanation as to why things have changed. I'm, of course, as you will appreciate, bound by what my experts say, and their views to you then, and they remain with them now, is that, as you pointed out, in an ideal world, they would have done more, and they would have refined parts of the structure plan, and particularly, Mr. Hudson's a really good example, identified landscape features. I think also remember that under the PDP in our submission, there was, of course, a question as to whether it was within scope then for Silverwood to seek a live zoning. And I wasn't too keen on going there explicitly, but PV1, I think gives rise to that possibility, whereas what I'm saying is it's a possibility now, it may not have been a possibility then. And I think that if Silverwood was to put together this package of information, having spoken to some of those people whom you've mentioned, I think these gaps could be satisfactorily addressed. And I remain by what I said to you last year, which is we're actually not that far away. So I don't think we're talking about fundamental gaps. I think we're talking about messaging and details that can be addressed. Does that make sense?
Going to the question of scope,
Yep.
The issue I wanted to put to you was that, as you say, this is difficult because this appears to be precisely the motor machinist's situation, where a plan change, or in this case a variation, zones some land and not others, and you're seeking to zone land that the variation didn't zone, but you haven't. So in terms of the first stage, this would clearly seem to be engaged, but you haven't told us why the second, or why you haven't applied the tests that were motor machinists suggested for the second stage. So is that a problem?
So just to be clear, by the second stage, the second limb of the test, I take you to mean whether there are people who wouldn't have known about this and who would have submitted on it.
Basically, the left field test. So, motor machinist Justice Koch said key issue was whether the Section 32 analyses the possibility, it's one of the alternatives canvassed. Did the Section 32 analysis for variation 1 canvass this possibility?
No, it didn't, in the sense that it did not canvass the Silverwood and Ngāti sites because they were never within the pool of land that the council was talking about. But as I said to you in my submissions a moment ago, I think this is quite an unusual plan change process in that it says, as a result of legislation, the council must identify and provide for urban intensification within its district. And that, I say here, is the high watermark of what is on the plan change. And just because the council didn't have the inclination or the wisdom or the means to identify what we say are appropriate areas of land for residential use, doesn't mean I don't think that they aren't within the broad mandate of PV1 and what it obliges the council to achieve. So, but that's really about the first limb of the test, isn't it? Whether it's on plan change. I think so. Your question was more about the second limb, which is this from left field? And commenting on that specifically, of course, I'm going to say to you, no, it's not. But the reason I say that is because Silverwood's submission on the PDP said future urban zone. It's always said that. That's no surprise. That came first. It was submitted on by Ngāti Taua and nobody else, if I recall. Perhaps the regional council may have put a further submission in. Somebody will correct me, but it didn't attract a great deal of interest. It's no surprise to anyone that Silverwood's talking about a residential zone here, and candidly, the only difference that I can see between the future urban zone and what was in Silverwood's submission on the PDP is a question of time. Does it happen now, or does it happen in 18 months, 2 years, when Silverwood goes through the structured planning process? Inevitably, though, I'll put it to you if I may this bluntly, inevitably, everybody knew from Silverwood's original submission on the PDP that it wanted a residential zoning on its property, whether it was future urban, a structured plan or something else. But I don't think there are any surprises here in terms of the second limb test.
Thank you for that. The last question I had is you cited the Albany decision. I think that, to me, the key thing that Justice Fotter's decision is known for is saying effectively that where you have a whole of plan review, it's very difficult for anything not to be on the plan by definition. And so is that decision distinguishable on that ground alone? Because Justice Fotter he himself distinguished the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan from the cases, the situations that were an issue in Clearwater and motor machinists. So, what's your view on that?
Two things. Three things. Number one, I cited the decision, of course, because it's the closest we have to the ambit of your powers under your broader discretion to make other recommendations, if I can put it that way. Secondly, I cited it because in that instance, the hearings panel sought to rezone land that had never been contemplated for rezoning, and the High Court said, well, that's okay. But in terms of your point, is it different? I'd say, well, is it different? I don't think it is, because what's being talked about here under PV1, again, is giving effect to the MPSUD, giving effect to the MDRS requirements of the Housing Supply and Abatement Act, and talking about residential and urban intensification within the district. To that extent, it is exactly the same as the Auckland Unitary Plan. And this is the great tension I'm afraid you guys are going to grapple with, is on one hand I say this is what it's about. It's about where do we put growth, where do we put residential intensification, what qualifying matters do we have? the council itself has sought to give live zonings to future urban zones and greenfields within its district. Just because it hasn't identified a site, though, doesn't mean it shouldn't have been or it couldn't have been. And that's the point. And that's why I think it is on all fours with the Albany decision, because we're taking a district-wide approach here.
Is the answer to that the Amendment Act was about intensifying urban areas, and you're talking about intensifying what is currently a rural area? And
but the Amendment Act and PV1 do envisage the possibility of greenfield zoning, and that has happened. And I would also, and it's, this is again a tremendous difficulty, but remember, of course, that had decisions been made on the PDP, someone may well have a future urban zone. Certainly if I had my way, they would at least have that by now. So I, with respect, I don't think either the Amendment Act or variation itself preclude the possibility of greenfields rezoning, whether it's rural or something else.
yes, clearly it would have been in scope in terms of the Amendment Act. That's all I had, Mr. Dawson. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you.
Just one. Sorry, Mr. Dawson, just on page 3, paragraph 16 of your legal submissions, I just wanted to check on the second line there, contained in the section 32A report. Is that the 42A report?
Yes.
32.
I'm so glad you picked that up, sir. I put that in hoping somebody would find it.
Yes, we all say we all say that.
Yeah. So is it the sorry?
Which is it?
Which is it? I know it's not failure to carry out evaluation. Yes, we're agreed on that. So is it the 32?
It should be in the section 32 report.
32. So the A. Okay. Thank you.
And that comes from the motor machinist case that we were talking about earlier, by the way.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Dawson. Commissioner McMahon here.
Good morning.
I was going to ask you the question that the chair put you at the end about identifying land in appropriate locations as part of the intensification process, and my question was, is that not limited to urban environments in the urban area? I think you've answered that question, but is there a reference that you can give us in the legislation that supports your answer in terms of section 77? Or?
There is one, and I did pick it up in the 32 report as well. Would you mind, Chair, if I came back to you in writing on that? I just need to have a look to give you the right answer.
I don't think you need to, Mr. Dawson. I can't quote the section number, but I know exactly what you're referring to, so I can fill that gap.
Okay.
But I just need to find it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that tag team. The second question is, and that was your first plank of your argument. You had two others. The third plank was that the panel has a broad power to make recommendations on relief that wasn't specified in a detailed sense in the submission. But that's still on the basis that the matter needs to be on the plan change to start with. That broad power that we have doesn't negate that test being satisfied, does it?
I'm just thinking about what you said, sir, because it's a very important question. The answer is, I think, that you have a broad discretion to make recommendations on the plan change, whether or not they were raised in any submissions. And so you have to talk about things that are within the plan change, but
Yes.
that's as far as it goes.
You've got to be in the tent, though, to start with, to exercise that broad discretion.
So when you say you have to be in the tent, you mean
You have to be on the plan change.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you do. You can't talk about something completely unrelated.
Yes. Thank you. And my final question, it's one that Mr. Hook might also want to comment on. At the end of the day, the Section 32 test in front of us are the provisions, appropriate provisions to give effect to the objectives of the plan, assuming that the objectives of the plan already give effect to the higher order documents. So that's a very crude representation of the Section 32 evaluation that's required in front of us. I'm wondering, and I'm just wondering this aloud, is whether we have enough information in front of us to make that appropriateness judgment. I mean, as the chair indicated to you, and as you've acknowledged, you're not quite there yet in terms of the provisions. There's still some matters that are outstanding. You've put them in the non-fundamental category, matters of detail, but Mr. Hudson's indicated that he still needs to record some information about landscape features, and I'm just wondering whether the panel is in a position to have all the information in front of us to make that judgment call on appropriateness.
Again, another good, really fundamental question. I think there's two parts to it though. One is whether, or the first part is whether a live residential zoning reflecting the structure plan and Silverwood's evidence is appropriate. So that's, I think, the first hurdle, the first question, and that's assuming, of course, we decided we'll deal with questions of scope. So that's the first question in terms of Section 32. The second question, though, is okay, having decided it is appropriate, is there enough information here, and are the detailed provisions that Silverwood has put in front of you enough? And I think they're two very discrete things that can't be conflated. It's the second of those issues which is the concern. And in that regard, I simply say to you, well, not to trivialise the importance of it, but we are talking about very, we are talking about matters of detail, and exactly where does the ECA go, for example, or exactly what are the provisions. And if I was to say to you, well, all of that stuff's already in Silverwood's evidence, and what needs to be done is it needs to be pulled together and put on 2 or 3 pages for you. If it's already there, then doesn't that answer the second question as well?
Well,
I mean, I'm not talking about a start from beginning landscape assessment. I'm talking about these things need to be pulled together out of what's already been done and presented clearly.
yes. Well, I'd certainly be interested in Mr. Hook's view on that when we get to him. But what I've noted is that we don't have a formal structure plan in front of us, and we don't have detailed provisions, rules, etc., that are nuanced to the zone. Now, it may be that Mr. Hook's would have a different answer if that was a question in terms of do we have enough to make a judgment call on the FUZ. But what I'm putting to you and putting to Mr. Hook, I guess, is it the same answer when we apply that question to the live zoning? And I'm just suggesting that there might be two different answers there.
Yeah. Sorry, so I was listening carefully to what you said, but would you mind repeating it?
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to put to you in a not a hypothetical sense, but in a devil's advocate sense, because of course we've made no decisions yet in terms of the PDP decisions. But what I'm trying to distinguish between is a response to the appropriateness question might be different in respect to the FUZ question. Is there enough information to make a call on whether the FUZ is appropriate, compared to whether is there enough information to decide whether the live zoning is appropriate? And I'm simply putting to you is the difference in the lacking information, the absence of the structure plan, and the lack of detailed provisions might not be a barrier to making a call on the FUZ, but they could be perceived as a barrier to making a decision on a live zoning, because that's exactly what Appendix 11 is suggesting that the process should be for a live zoning.
Okay, now I'm with you. So Mr. Hook should talk to you about Appendix 11 and what is or is not missing. I think you are right, though, that the question of appropriateness of a future urban zone is one thing, appropriateness of a live zoning is another. And I think if I sort of put it this way, Silverwood's kind of galloped past the question of whether it's appropriate for a future urban zoning. That's in the review mirror because it says it is, and it's unwittingly perhaps galloped to the next gate, which is, we've actually done enough now for a live zoning. But I think it is important from your evaluation and the decision that you have to make that we actually take a more considered approach and say future urban's one question, live zoning is another. Where do we land on both of those? If that's your question, then I think you are absolutely right.
Okay. Well, we'll take that up with Mr. Hook next.
The last question I have. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Pomara has a question, but this is in my mind, the submission of Silverwood says MDRS or other appropriate zone. I appreciate that the choice of zone is a planning question, but if it's an other zone, unless it's high density or large lot, then that brings into question the need, if a residential zoning is in place, to justify in terms of qualifying matters why a restriction on the MDRS is appropriate, and the question is, do we have that information now? So it's a two-step process. If Silverwood were seeking an MDRS, then that problem goes away. But if it's seeking anything less than an MDRS, unless it's large lot, and that wasn't the message I was getting last year, then it needs the section, section 77J evaluation. So it starts with a planning question and then flicks to a legal question. So I'll put that on the table. We're still talking to you, and invite your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So Mr. Hook will need to give some planning input on that as well. I seem to recall that we talked about this in the PDP, didn't we? And how this might be a case of me saying to you, remember when you asked? because the NDRS was upon us then, or just coming to the fore, wasn't it? I think we had a conversation then about what its implications would be for the draft structure plan that Sewell would have put forward, and if that became a live zoning, what would it all mean? And as I recall, the conversation then was that there were several possibilities, which ended up with a bespoke, in simple terms, a bespoke set of provisions on the Silverwood property that reflected the structure plan, that incorporated some elements, for example, of qualifying features such as landscape, that possibly in some locations identified portions that were appropriate for NDREs, but that sort of put everything, if I can put it really simply, put everything together in a planning way that resulted in a bespoke set of provisions on the property.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Dawson, and you provided us with a memo there on the subject that the issue or the question we put to you, because at that point we didn't know what the shape of the variation was, and the question was, well, to the extent that, for instance, Mr. Hudson was saying that the landscape issues needed to be nuanced or the rules needed to be nuanced to reflect the landscape issues of the SAL, could we have confidence that that would be able to be achieved under moving from a fuzz to a live zone? And you pointed out, well, the council seemed to have done a pretty good job of that, justifying that and imposing limitations in relation to the northern growth area, which is a fair point. The issue that I'm focusing on is that it's not just the qualifications that you need to assess, it's the other elements of Section 77J, the cost-benefit analysis, the impact on residential capacity, and the question is, is that a problem?
Those things go, and I'm just, James has brought Section 77J up in the corner of my screen, which is very helpful. Those things though go more to the question of, is this an appropriate site, don't they?
Well,
Yes and no.
I'm not sure that's right, because it might be, but it's certainly boxes that we have to tick, and the question is, have you considered that?
Do you mind, sir? I'm just going to have to just ask myself to just close the screen for a minute, so I can just have a look at 77J. Just can you blow it up, James? Hang on, come on.
And the background to that is that we have heard at great length from Kaingaora telling us how essential it is that every element of Section 77J is ticked wherever something less than the MDRS is imposed.
And just to add to that, while you're reading that, Mr. Dawson, so you don't think we're unfairly picking on your client, these are questions that were put to the Regional Council also in terms of their view on hazards being a qualifying matter under a mandatory one under Section 6, and matters that were put back to the Council in terms of the non-mandatory qualifying matters such as shading. So we're being very even-handed in this approach.
Yes, and
And to,
Yep. But if you're reading section 7J, you understand what we mean. Like there's a row, basically there's a row of requirements there.
So I would have expected nothing less of the panel than them being even-handed about this, and I have felt as a moment that we're being picked on. But the 77J seems to me about and perhaps where Kāinga are coming from are that if you are going to impose the MDRS provisions to the same or greater or lesser degree, then you need to say why. And there isn't, there are several matters there that need to be addressed. That's as I understand it anyway. But again, my answer is the same, because if we were to accept that, the NDRS framework nevertheless allows for a bespoke set of provisions, exactly as the council have proposed in respect of the northern growth area, then the same is true of any other property, including Silverwood. And you would say to me, well, where is that analysis? And the answer to you, I'm going to give you, is it's in our evidence on the proposed district plan. And there's a very comprehensive set of evidence there covering economics, landscape, urban, and all those things. And it deals with why, what's proposed there and what's proposed now is appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Pomare had a question since I cut across her.
Kia ora, Mr. Dawson.
Good morning.
At paragraph 2 of your legal submissions, you refer there to the original Silverwood submission on the PDP requesting rezoning to future urban zone, and you refer to Silverwood's property and the adjacent Landcorp site being included within that future urban zone. Is it the Landcorp site that you were referring to earlier as being the Ngāti Toa land?
Yes.
It is.
That's right. So when we appeared in front of the PDP, that property was still owned by the Crown,
Yes.
by Landcorp. It's the legal ownership of it now has passed to Ngāti Toa, as I understand it, as part of the treaty settlement process.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. So looking at the structure plan map, do you have that handy in front of you?
I've just asked Mr. Hook to pull it up if he can, and the answer is no, we don't.
I was just really interested in a general, delineation of the Silverwood land holding in relation to the Landcorp. Does it show you? Up the. Where is it?
It's the whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing up the top.
Yes.
Is Landcorp.
I've just pointed out to the
thank you.
Commissioner approximately where the line.
Right. Okay, so that's a significant part of the site, isn't it?
Yep.
Thank you for helping me out again, sir.
That
No
way.
worries.
Okay.
We endeavour to assist. We don't just throw rocks in every direction.
Thank you.
50%. Okay, well, thank you for that, roughly. Thanks for that clarification. I've got a reasonable idea then that there is a significant amount of land now Ngāti Toa's land included within the structure plan. You mentioned that Ngāti Toa submitted on Silverwood's, or in relation to Silverwood's previous submission to the PDP. They haven't made a submission, though, in relation to this matter in the context of Variation 1, subsequent to the land ownership changing and Ngāti Toa obviously taking ownership of that Landcorp site. Are they aware of your submission to Variation 1? And yeah.
Sorry, yes, there's a whole lot of what you've just said.
Yeah.
Thank you. The first point is that the structure plan that was prepared was done in partnership with Ngāti Toa.
Right.
And the expectation that when this process started two or more years ago, Ngāti Toa knew then that they had that they had the possibility of getting that piece of land. And it was put forward on the basis that with the Ngāti Toa land, the structure plan works a whole lot better because the access comes through that property and it makes development of both bits a whole lot better. So that's the first point. The second point is, yes, we work closely with Ngāti Toa. They actually came and gave evidence at the PDP. You are right, as I recall the submissions here in PV1, they haven't put in anything specifically about the Silverwood property, but they are aware of it, and we were speaking to them last week. But as I understand their submission here, and I don't advise them, I have to say, and I haven't done it in detail, but as I understand their submission, they're saying that there should be some kind of zoning provisions put in place over their land holdings that reflect the cultural significance and the possibility of deferred settlement and so forth. And not, to be frank with you, I'm not quite sure where that's landed. And you know what conversation may have been had with them since.
Thank you. Do you? It's probably difficult for you to answer, but on the basis that you have a broad understanding of what that Ngāti Toa zone might be intended for, do you have a view on how that might work in relation to the structure plan?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar enough with it to give you a sensible answer.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we should hear from Mr. Hook now.
Thank you, sir. You've read his evidence. Do you need him to summarise it, or do you?
No, I don't think he needs to summarise it unless he wants to bring our attention specifically to something that we may not have picked up.
What I might do, if you don't mind, is ask him one question, which seems to be the nub of the issue, which is to ask him briefly to tell us, in his view, what the difference is between the Appendix 11 structure planning process on one hand and what Silverwood has presented to date on the other.
Certainly. Good morning, Commissioners, Council Officers. My name is James Hook. I prepared statement of evidence you received dated 10th of March. Thank you for confirming that you've read that statement. In respect of Mr. Dawson's question, the analysis I undertook and recorded in my evidence in attachment 2 to it is that Silverwood has essentially fulfilled all of the Appendix 11 requirements, as would be required to prepare and submit a structure plan for inclusion into a district plan review. I think they've fulfilled those requirements completely, with the only exception being that, best of my knowledge, a detailed soil contamination assessment has not been undertaken. That, of course, is a matter that needs to be undertaken as part of any subdivision consent application, and I don't see it as any deficiency of the work that's been done to date in respect of meeting Appendix 11. So, to summarise that, I consider the work, the technical reporting, investigations of the site fulfil completely the Appendix 11 structure plan guidance requirements of the proposed district plan. And therefore, in terms of the information that you have in front of you through those technical reports and the evidence those specialists presented to you as part of the district plan, I think that readily supports future urban zoning and also gets you well down the track towards a live urban zoning Whether it's appropriate, I think that's demonstrated, and whether the land is suitable for urban activities, I think that is also being demonstrated.
Mr. Hook, thank you for that. The question I asked Mr. Dawson, what is the urban zone in question?
For the subject land,
Yes.
Mr. Dawson made the offer to you, sir, that a set of provisions could be compiled for the subject land.
I understand that, but what's the answer to the more fundamental question? What zone are we talking about?
There are a couple of options. One is a urban zoning, which is the medium density residential zone, with precinct provisions that are tailored to that site. The other option is an existing zone from the district plan, which is not subject to the MDR's provisions. And the third option is a new zone, which is specific to that site. Those are all the options available under an intensification planning instrument process.
And basically, existing zone not subject to MDRS has to be the large lot, because that's the only one, isn't it?
It is, because the Variation 1 removes the general residential zone. What other authorities have done is they've introduced a new zone. I'm thinking of Auckland Council here, introduced a new zone which essentially captures the essence of what their general residential zone equivalent was into their IPIs, and applied that to land that clearly, due to topography constraints or other legitimate qualifying matters, or location of public transport, all those relevant factors, was not considered appropriate for the MDRS. And they've taken that approach to keep that option open for a more conventional density and intensity of urban activity without applying MDRS to that land.
Mr. Hook, just in terms of the answer that you have just given, in terms of those three options, the MDRZ zone with precinct provisions is option 1, an existing zone, which I think you agreed would have to be the large lot zone, or a new bespoke zone based on the Auckland model. Would you agree that the outcomes that those three zones deliver in terms of intensification will be all different?
I agree with you on that. I think we need to go back to the start of this process when the future urban zone was considered under the proposed district plan. My understanding, and I've come to this party late, was that a general general residential zone would result from the future urban zoning of that land. So we're not talking MDRS type development, forms of development. It is entirely within the framework of an IPI to apply qualifying matters to a piece of land and not to intensify it to the MDRS level.
Yep, look, I understand that. You don't need to
Yep.
elaborate. I understand that. But the question is, though, which you've identified three options. Which option are you promoting?
I haven't settled on a definitive solution. Your Variation 1 already has some precinct areas, or at least one precinct area. That is a process I'm very familiar with, and if the land is rezoned medium residential, qualifying matters are identified, a precinct could be applied to it that, with consideration of those qualifying matters, brings the intensity on the site, by development standards that are specific to the precinct, to a point that is appropriate for its constraints. such as landscape, slope, topography, etc. Your district plan or proposed district plan already has a very comprehensive suite of provisions that deal with the SNA, that deal with the high voltage power lines and the gas transmission line that apply to this land. There's no need to replicate those or to modify those in any way.
No, look, I understand all that. The question
They're
is,
a confined package.
what is the live zone that Silverwood are asking the panel to give effect to? What's in terms of the relief?
I'll defer that one to Mr. Dawson.
Pass it over. I think the tidiest one would be, I think, to call it a new zone, which would effectively be what we would call with the precinct plan provisions. Basically embodying the structure plan.
And do we know the spatial boundaries of that zone within the entirety of the site, both the Ngāti Toa part and the Silverwood owned parts? Do we know where those lines land on the ground yet?
Well, they are reflected in the draft structure planning documents and Silverwood submission. There's a number of different maps there, and it would be a case of presenting those in the appropriate map and format. But the answer to your question is yes. I think they are.
Okay.
And this perhaps begs the question that I made in my opening to you, was that Silverwood would like to bundle that stuff up and give it to you. That becomes part of the record. I think it's only fair to say to you, well, it is all there, but it isn't bundled up, and it's not your guys' job to go through and do that, but Silverwood should do that.
I think I need to consult with my fellow commissioners about that offer, Mr. Dawson. I think my own tentative view is that you've said, well, that's not our job, but I think that if the material is all there, then we should be able to compile it ourselves. I'm concerned that with the best will in the world, if we gave you the opportunity to, as you say, compile it, that what we get would spiral off into a further hearing, and we do not have the capacity to reconvene this hearing because so I'm being open that those are my concerns, that I have to talk to my fellow commissioners. What I'll do is we'll take your request on board. I'll talk to the commissioners and I'll issue a minute on behalf of the panel reflecting our combined decision on that point. But Commissioner beside me has a question, but is there a response that you want to that?
Well, there is, sir, and as always, I'm grateful for your candour. The same process question arises in my mind, and frankly, Silverwood doesn't want to be in a position of reconvening hearings and all that stuff either. I wonder if perhaps there's a halfway house here, though, that potentially helps you, which is to say, if we put that stuff together, then it's there, and you can do with it as you wish. But Silverwood's not going to be saying to you that here's our stuff and we want to be heard on it again. But it will at least save you the effort of needing to go through what in fairness is a really quite comprehensive bundle of stuff. And we'd like to pull something together. And I'm looking at Mr. Hock, that's kind of, 3 or 4 pages as opposed to the 257 you have in front of you at the moment.
Okay, I hear your suggestion, and so I need to talk to the commissioners. But Commissioner Williams has a question she needs to ask you.
Mr. Dawson, Commissioner Williams speaking. I suppose my question is that back in August 2022, the panel issued a minute where we effectively invited Silverwood to do something that you're now describing that you will do, which is to provide us with more input in the light of the 2021 Amendment Act, to give us confidence that the more nuanced development that both the landscape architect and the urban designer had described, that could be provided, as part of an upzoning of this area. And so we invited Silverwood to Mr. Hudson, Ms. White, even Ms. Blick to tell us, provide us sort of a lens of what additional, what mechanisms could be used to nuance the structure plan to fit what is a very difficult landscape. I mean, one with a significant amenity overlay over half the site, with a very difficult topography over the other half of the site. And so I guess my question is, I wondered why you didn't respond to that opportunity back in August last year.
You'll forgive me, Commissioner. I don't have the minute in front of me, and you'll forgive me if I'm wrong, but I had understood that conversation to be about Silverwood. We having said to the panel then, hey, look, plan variation 1's coming along. We might want to present some further evidence from these people about that. And economics was one that featured quite highly, as I recall, as was planning. To be honest with you, and my apologies if I've got this wrong, but I had not taken it then to have been, well, you should put together, or you can put together if you like, a package of what this new zone looks like. That wasn't what I understood the opportunity was then, and I, as I say, I recall that some scope was given for Silverwood to present further evidence, but not around this issue. Is not how I took it.
Yes, I suppose that if you decided not to further develop it at that stage, but I suppose my next question would be then, I wondered why you didn't see it as a signal perhaps to provide that evidence at this hearing.
Yes, and the candid answer to that is, and I alluded to this in my opening, that Silverwood has had some very difficult issues to contend with since August last year. That around the running of the partnership and its financial commitments. It wasn't in a position until very recently to pursue this. A, because of a question of resources, to be quite honest with you, and B, because it hadn't been able to determine until very recently, and by very recently I mean this year, what it was going to be able to do with this land in terms of whether it held it, sold it, or what it did with it. So unfortunately, we just weren't in the position in August, September, October last year to make those decisions.
Thank you. Is the implication I'm picking up from that is that now that there's been a change in land ownership, does that have any influence on the structure plan? Well, actually there's more than 2 lots. I think there's three lots there. Are they is the intention still to deal with all of that as the one piece of land for whatever it is that might be rezoned?
So I think there's two questions there. One is that yes, it most certainly is the intention to deal with both pieces of land, the Silverwood land and the Ngāti Toa land, absolutely. And the second question is that when we began this process and when I was, in front of you in August, September, October last year, Ngāti Toa had not then acquired the land from the Crown. And I can't speak to you about a lot of that because obviously there's commercial sensitivity, but having not acquired it created a great deal of uncertainty. And that's one of the reasons as well why we weren't in a position to advance matters further until earlier this year.
All right, thank you.
They now own it, so that uncertainty has been resolved, hasn't it?
Okay. Asking any more questions, Commissioners? Mr. Hook?
Mr. Hook, sorry, the paragraph 4 of your evidence, the Environment Court's Practice Note 2014, is that the latest one you're aware of?
I'd have to check, sir. But,
Sorry, do you know? That's the latest one as far as you understand it.
I haven't checked that date for a couple of years, so maybe out of date, but please excuse me if it is.
And in earlier minutes, we requested that was section 32A double A's were included in all expert planning evidence. There doesn't seem to be one included in here.
As explained in my statement, I had a relatively narrow brief to address the Appendix 11 matters, and I didn't go further into Section 32 or other matters because of the instruction to focus on those things.
Thank you.
Any more for any more, panel? Well, thank you very much, Mr. Dawson, Mr. Hook, Mr. Tegman. As I say, we will ponder, like we will literally go into the next room and figure out what we're going to do. Procedurally, I'll issue a minute as soon as I can, but that's probably not going to be for a couple of days. And then we'll go from there. But thank you very much for attending virtually. And Mr. Dawson, I hope you've now got a roof over your head.
I do, and I'm pleased to say that Mr. Daish does as well. And so I'd like to just say for the record, to thank you all for accommodating us. I know it hasn't been easy, but it most certainly has been appreciated. And the time that you've given us this morning is an example of that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We will adjourn the hearing until 1:05. Will we hear from Mr. Botha? Thank you.
Thank you all.
We'll resume the Stream 7 hearing. Welcome, Mr. Botha. Our condolences for your sad loss, and I hope you're in one piece after a very long flight. Over to you. We have your presentation. Thank you. We've read it, but you take us through it and we'll go from there. Well,
thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for shuffling the agenda to make this possible. I did feel that getting you all back for 15 minutes might be a bit excessive, but given that I've been working on this for 5 years, I think it was important for me to just come and say my few words.
we understand that, and as I say, it wasn't a problem accommodating you today, but after today it would have been a problem. So to be fair, I was glad when Commissioner advised that you'd managed to claw your way in the door, which meant the plane had actually landed.
Yeah, thank you.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah, I'll just put a little bit closer. So here we go. So our submission, myself and Julia's submission on the PDP covered a number of points. And today we're discussing the residential or potential residential rezoning of part of 10A, the track. In that submission, we suggested that the area identified in the PDP could be extended a little bit further northwards in the direction of the stream flood mapping. And I guess that's really the point that I'm trying to make here today. Yeah, and obviously it goes without saying that I support the proposed rezoning, but would just like to get it extended for a couple of reasons I outline shortly. So this map is from the electronic version of the PDP, and it shows the area down here that's to be rezoned as residential. The black and white area identifies the property 10A, the track. We have about 21 residential neighbours at the moment, and I say about, some of them are multiple units, so difficult to work out exactly how many people are neighbours to us. And access to this bit of land is actually off Corlette Road. There are two accesses in there, and it is the original access to that block of land. Just another point there, that while the property is 4.5 hectares at the moment, half of it's currently identified to be covered by SNAs. I guess the question then becomes, well, where did this shape come from, this fancy shape? And it goes back to a submission I made in 2018, November 2018, on the draft plan. And in that, I identified a number of lots that could be, what I thought could be subdivided. So I've extracted the map that I included in that submission on the draft plan, there on the left, and I identified a number of lots here, 1 through to 5, a couple of right-of-ways, and then a further 2 lots, 6 and 7, up here with the right-of-way through there. So, I mean, really, I was just trying to identify how this could potentially be subdivided. I wasn't looking for a zone boundary change or anything. I guess I didn't know what mechanism it was potentially going to be taken to accommodate this. But so, and then what's transposed is, so the shape of lots, I mean, the outline across there, so encompassing that right of way there and there, and lots 1 to 5 has become the shape, the exact shape that's been transferred into the PDP. So, I mean, the source of that zone, proposed residential zone in here, is an exact copy of part of what I had drawn in my submission on the draft Porirua plan. And I have included the full submission on the draft plan as an appendix here, just for completeness, just I guess to show that I'm not incorporating new maps or anything. So this map now shows, again from the electronic version of the PDP, it shows the ponding layers, which I'm not too sure if they're in their final form or not, but nevertheless, there they are. Clearly this one's got to change a bit because of the culvert issue I identified. But so that's the proposed residential zone boundary in relation to that ponding layer, and in the submission I suggested that this could be extended so it effectively borders that flood mapping area. I guess just to point out that there's a ridge along here somewhere, so this southern bit actually slopes to the south and drains to the south, and then part of the way through here, this area all here obviously drains northward. As I said, that original area, this bit here, was never intended to be a kind of a proposed zone boundary that I drew. It was an outline of a number of lots, and at the time the draft plan was released, that flood mapping wasn't shown. So the area I'm suggesting be included is this now shaded in green. And while that green area is additional, there's a tiny little bit in here that would probably come out if we followed the edge of the flood mapping exactly. It's just not shown because of the layering and the colours. As I said, in terms of drainage and the requirement for hydraulic neutrality, it would seem sensible that this area, which is kind of all part of the same area that flows to the north, be incorporated in that residential zone. There'd also be another advantage there. There is a track here that was going to go out to there, and potential area of turning around, end of zone, vehicle turnaround bay sort of. And it would then be incorporated in the same zone rather than being incorporated in the rural residential zone. So, the outcome that I'm seeking is just simply including, I'll say simply, I don't know how simple it is, but simply extending this current proposed zone slightly further north, so it basically borders onto the edge of that flood mapping zone. So that's it.
So, Mr. Walter, can you tell me what the respective areas are, how much of the 10A of the track is currently in the notified residential zone, and how much is in green?
In rough numbers, it's about 7,000 square metres currently proposed, and the bit in the green is 1,700 square metres. So in total, it would be about 8,700. And that's roughly, I'll say, if we followed the flood mapping, there's a little bit that would come out, so that would change that slightly.
Mr. Botha, am I correct that the if I look at the yellow, the area to be rezoned, that the left-hand half of that, the top boundary essentially followed the existing track? Is that right? I was just trying to read the underlying area.
No, if we go back to this picture here, there's a bit of the track there that's left out. The zone boundary is actually on that southern side of that track, or kind of that lot 2 ends short of the track. So this bit of the track under what I'm proposing would be incorporated in the residential zone. Currently it's not.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I noticed in the in the rezoning report that went with the PDP, I mean, as general information, that there are already 3 formed building platforms within that yellow area, is that right?
Yes, basically where lots 1 and 2 are, and then there's a big flat area down here. When I looked at it, and my understanding of, I mean, I'd say there's 2 flat areas here. This third flat area would form part of a right-of-way rather than a building site, and there's a stand of gum trees that stands in here, and I would propose that there'd be suitable locations in there to build a house.
I mean, it's less where it's suitable to build a house, but earthworks have already been done.
Yes, so there'd almost be no earthworks for these 3. There's a bit of a track that goes down here, and then there'd have to be a little bit of earthworks. If that's assuming you put it on a level platform rather than on some on posts. Yep.
Mr. Botha, you've come before us before talking about that, the flood mapping issue and that kind of, the ones that you've showed us in these diagrams, these are just the ones off the council website and don't show that correction at the moment. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case, and the biggest correction that needed to be made, this dark blue area, which is the river, whatever it's called, the flow area, that actually should flow out of this side.
Right.
I don't think it changed the extent of the flood mapping too much, but there will be some slight adjustment, I assume.
So,
My recollection is that the same area stayed as inundation, but the
dark
stream
blue.
has shifted to where the
the
culvert is actually located.
Correctly.
so
And because the message from Wellington Water was you'd still get backing up behind the culvert, so you wouldn't get any less inundation, but wouldn't be as extreme a hazard because it would only be ponding rather than flowing.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark.
Yep, and then therefore you're not actually seeking an extension of the existing residential zoned area into the inundation area. It's just that green area, which is just the gap between the inundation area and that residential area, and that's it.
Correct, and as I say, if that inundation zone changes, I mean, it can go to wherever the final version is.
Yeah. If a correction has to be made as part of a decision that we need to make in regard to that, and that changes it, it's just to make sure that the stream inundation is correct, and it's whatever's left between that area and the existing residential area, that's the bit you would like.
Correct, and as I say, there's a tiny little bit in here where that residential zone actually goes over into the flood mapping, and I believe that could come out so it's consistent all the way through, that it simply follows the flood mapping line.
You just want to correct.
Well, it seems to be, as I say, it was originally drawn up as an outline of 5 lots rather than a zone boundary, and when I look at it kind of as an overall zone change, then there's perhaps benefits in having all the water flow and direction incorporated in the same residential zone rather than in a neighbouring zone.
Thank you.
Anything more from you, Julie?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Botha. Having regard to the area of the extension, the 1,700 metres, give or take, and its shape, have you given any thought as to what that would deliver in terms of a medium density residential zone?
No, I mean, in terms of the additional area, in terms of extra dwellings on that land's not suitable for dwellings itself. It's simply the runoff and perhaps roading or parking that would be associated with the other 5 areas I'd identified.
Why isn't it suitable?
It's a little steep. Yeah. Yep. And sorry, the the bit on this edge is a bit steep, and then the other bits down the bottom would be sort of at the bottom end of a subdivision or section or something. It wouldn't be used for building.
I guess a sensible look at it would tell me that there's actually a gully, that blue line is a gully.
Indeed, and yeah. So I mean, there's a bit the water course, and it's actually all the water from the track. Some of it drains down there, and the rest of all of this goes into a stormwater culvert, and then exits in our property just here. So there's an open culvert that goes into this flow. So most of the water coming down this stream I call it, is actually the water flow from all these houses anywhere below that point and off the street. And so it gets into a council stormwater drain and then exits onto that head of that stream and follows that streamline down. So I guess the centre of the streamline could also be a logical place for a zone boundary, but I simply decided on the...
Given your answer, Mr. Bowler, I guess the question that immediately springs to mind is, what's the rationale for rezoning it then? If it's not going to be used for dwellings, what would be the reason for changing the zoning to a medium density zone?
For the green bit. So as I say, there's a existing track in this part here.
Yes.
That when I proposed this original thing with the 7, that track would have become a kind of communal.
Yes, but that's not the proposal at the moment, though, is it? That's died away, presumably.
That's died away, but that bit of track would be useful for these sections too. Yes. As I say, in terms of a turnaround.
And with the zoning, presumably that's a rural zoning, is it?
Yes. At the moment, it's rural. It's proposed to become rural residential.
Yes, and would that not facilitate that non-residential part of the component associated with access? Would the rural zoning not be conducive to that?
Yeah, I guess my thinking was that if, for instance, there was a turnaround bay put in here that was to be used by these properties under a right-of-way, would it not be better being in the same residential zone as the properties themselves rather than in a neighbouring zone?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. That's why I asked the question. But I thought you might have given some thought to that. So.
Well, I gave a bit of thought to the hydraulic neutrality and the water runoff, and it strikes me that if one is going to control runoff from residential sections with retention tanks and the like, I would have thought it would be better to be in the same zoning rather than we're going to do the retention in the rural residential rather than in the residential. But
might be more than just better, because if the rule requires you to be each site to be hydraulically neutral, having a tank off-site wouldn't meet that standard.
Yeah. And given the water flow, I mean, some of this, I say this, through the middle here, it flows slightly north. This bit flows south onto Plimmerton Beach. But some of this water flows down that track before it gets into the water course. So it's kind of flowing out of the residential section currently into the rural residential before it gets into that stream.
Yes. We have to have regard to the suitability of the site for rezoning, regardless of your aspirations or the aspirations of any future owner. So in other words, we've got to have regard to the suitability of the zoning regardless of who the owner is. So you said that the site's too steep for dwellings, but is there any possibility that dwellings could be established on there with the necessary benching and earthworks?
So when I say it's too steep, it was the additional bit that I believe is too steep. Yep.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let me go back. Where is it best shown? So that bit is always going to be a track rather than a house. I mean, it gives access to the lower part of our property. And so really we're talking about the little bit in here mainly, and then a little bit around the northern edges there. And this bit in here, no, you wouldn't be able to bench in there and build in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, if you needed to take a site visit, I'm happy to accommodate it or allow whatever needs to be done. But yeah, from my engineering background, I'd say you'd never build there. Yeah.
I thought engineers could do anything.
with certain cost. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Kia ora, Mr Porter. Thanks for coming in person after your long flight to present your submission in person. We really appreciate it. My questions have largely been answered, but I just wanted to clarify the issue around hydraulic neutrality. Do you know, you don't happen to know what the site requirements are for meeting hydraulic neutrality requirements on that site, given the 5, I think it is, lots that you're proposing to establish there, and whether this extension is necessary to be able to achieve hydraulic neutrality on the actual site?
No,
Okay.
I haven't been into detail. And as I said, I mean, one of my thoughts was because this track basically all drains to there and then gets into that stream.
Yes.
It's already draining out of what is going to be classified as potentially as residential. So it's just how does that get accommodated? Whereas if that green bit was incorporated, there wouldn't be debate about which zone the water's in, effectively. Yeah.
Understand. Thank you.
I think that's it from us, isn't it? Thank you very much, Mr. Botha.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
15 minutes of fame. And that is the end of the Stream 7 hearing, and hopefully, touch wood, the end of the combined PDP and Plan Change 19 hearings, PDP as varied and Plan Change 19. Shouldn't let the end go by without thanking the 42A team and associated supporters who are not present but have made their presence felt at various points, and to our admin team. Really appreciate all the assistance we've had and the assistance we will have in the future by the time you get to the end of that long list of questions we've just sent you and the ones we're dreaming up as we speak. As I say, we really appreciate all the help and assistance and the positive way that you've all approached the task, and only occasionally losing it. And it's a great effort, and I think I'm sure we speak for the whole panel and say thank you. And you can now rest assured on the basis that it's us who will be perspiring away, worrying about the answers to all of these questions. So on that note, we'll conclude the hearings, and you'll be hearing from us in due course.